Hello everyone, so in this lecture we will be talking about GitHub. So GitHub is an increasingly popular programming resource code which is used for code sharing. It is a social networking site for programmers that many companies and organizations or even people like us who's use to facilitate project management and also for collaboration. So basically, GitHub is an online project hosting using Git, which includes source code browsing, inline editing, wikis, ticketing, free for public open source, commercial closed source, or for bug bounty hunters. So GitHub is a great resource platform to find tools to and also find lists and so many more resources. So in this course, I'm going to use a lot of resources from this GitHub. So that's why I had to make this video especially for GitHub, so that students don't ask me like don't have a basic knowledge of what is GitHub. So first search for GitHub on Google, and as you know, first page will come up GitHub. So just go in here, sign up. If you don't have any account, just easy process, sign up, enter email, name, ID, password, then just sign in and you're good to go. So let's show you an account or profile which is very important. So I would like to show you this person, which is Jason Harrix. He is a great inspiration for me and he makes a lot of information on GitHub. So it's better for you if you have a general idea of him, because we will also follow a couple of his work. So it is better if you get to know about him. So he has added a lots of information in GitHub. So whenever he uploaded the information or whenever he added, which is pretty much for helpful for every bug bounty hunters. So first then I would like to recommend you to download this Open Penetration Testing bookmark collection, which is a handy bookmark for bug bounty hunters like you. So you don't need to root clone or clone it to unzip it. So just you can clone this or download this file. You can do any of the way that you want. So there is a lot of bug bounty collection into this. So let's see what's in here. So let's go to the wiki folder. Let's go to bookmark wiki. As you can see, there's a lot of content in here, as you can see, for both bug bounty hunters by hacker media, methodologies, OSI, NIT, explorer, adversary, cheat sheet syntax, labs, exploration intro, reverse engineering and malware, password hashes, man in the middle, tools, training courses, web vectors, wireless, meets, conferences. A lot of the stuffs are in here, and many more useful information. So this is not the end of the GitHub. So this will reflect the bug bounty hunting, which we will see in the later part of our courses. So that's all about the basics of GitHub and couple of the basic knowledge and also basic information that you need to know. So this is the introduction of the GitHub. So just keep in mind that it's a great resourceful platform for bug bounty hunters. So that's all about this lecture on GitHub. So hello and welcome in this video. So we'll set up the atmosphere for further web application hacking. So till now we tried all types of software on actual websites. So from now on we'll create our own atmosphere, and that is a website that we can test our hacking skill using our certain software. So first we have to download the VMware workstation player. So all you have to type just VMware on a Google. It will show up this page at first. So in this page you will go here, download for free. Now this will load another web page. So now you will go here, go to downloads to download this VMware workstation player, and now VMware workstation 16.22 player for 16 operating system, as mine is 64-bit. So you download this or any version as you want, and they all will work just fine. You just download now, and as you can see, it will I already downloaded it, and you just download and install the VMware player, which is a very simple process. Just click next and all is done. This is a pretty basic installation system for the VMware player. So just as I already installed it, so I cannot show the process, but it's pretty easy. So just install it. Now we have to go in this web page, VWAP, which is an extremely buggy web application. So which is somewhere like 100 web vulnerabilities. So now we have to download this software. You have to go is in this download section, and you have two version of this. One is just an app itself, which is like 5 to 10 MB size, and another is which we will gonna use is VBox, which is a virtual machine, which is like 1 GB plus. So I would like to recommend you to download this VBox, this one, because this is a virtual machine and this will cost you some money to fully work the process we will work. So this is better for our case. Now click here. Now download this, and it will start download in a couple of seconds. As you see, I already downloaded it, so just extract it and click this VMware machine configuration VBox file. If you just click it, it will open up something like this, and this is the VBox virtual machine itself. It will work. First you need to do some basic changes. So first you have to do is go manage virtual machine setting. You have to change the network. In default it will be like in breast. So what you have to do is you have to click on the net. We will use the share the host IP addresses. So you have to change this one first. So you now click. So what we have to do is now you have to check whether our machine has connect to internet or not. So let's go to Google and check if we have active internet connection. It will take some time for the first try, but it will work just fine. As you can see, it loaded, but it took some time, but as you can see, it's now all and working. So if this doesn't work, make sure you have work online on and work online off. So make sure you always work online clicked. If this doesn't work, and make sure you always have this virtual machine network setting on. So now we have a running and working the VWAP virtual machine itself. So now we have to check our machine's IP address. So what we will do now is we will open up the terminal and we'll type if config. So as you can see, this is our inet IP address. Now we will copy this one to check whether our website is hosted for that. So I will just copy it and open in our main machine. As you can see, I already pasted it, and you have to add this certain lines like buf/login.php. As you can see, we have a inet address which is the website is hosted, and as I copied it, I opened this website of Windows and the buf website at the end. You have to always type this. So as you can see, it's working and it's done. buf is online, and you can now try and hack some hacking skill on this website. So now we will talk about web placer. So now let me first search the web placer, as you can see, and visit this webplacer.com. So webplacer is an app that identifies technologies who on website and which technology the website uses. It identifies them. And webplacer is a browser extension for Google Chrome or Firefox or others to use this to identify the technologies. And the webplacer identifies like content management system, e-commerce platform, or web server, or JavaScript framework, or analytic, or many more that detect with using this. So let me go and install the apps. As you can see, you can install this app from this section. You scroll down and go here to, as I am using Chrome, I am going to use this extension. So let me add this. And even if you use Firefox, Edge, Safari, you can go and do the extension. So it will take a couple of seconds and it's installed in my. So let me pin this. So let me load this page so that it can detect. As you can see, it detected many information like analytic use, Google Analytic, JavaScript, like Vue.js, Next.js, and video player, Vimeo, web framework like Nuxt.js, miscellaneous like Amazon. As you can see, it detects many information and technology which these websites are using in here. So let me now go and check on a different website like facebook.com. So if I just run this, as you can see, it detect none, because Facebook doesn't use PHP or something like that. It uses FSP, which is similar to the PHP. So Facebook doesn't share anything to this app or anyone to detect what this website is using or what this kind of programming languages that they use. So they have their own programming language which is similar to PHP, are not which you can see it's adapted to PHP. And so let me go to check on another website which is like in common Google. As you can see, it detected Google web server because it uses their own web server to work on this. It doesn't use PHP nor HTML, so it uses their own. Because Google basically has customized Java, C++ and many more other web technologies and uses that collectively. So that's why it's difficult for this WebPlacer extension to show any the details information that what this Google website is using. Now let me go to another website like PayPal. As you can see, PayPal also uses Analytics for Google Analytics, JavaScript for React, and Tag Manager like Google Tag Manager, and JavaScript libraries like Lodash. As you can see, it detects all the information that you need to know or you want to know in using this WebPlacer extension, which is very handy for a programmer or developer like us. So that's all about the WebPlacer. It's pretty easy to use and a must-have for all of engineers or developer or software engineers. It's a very handy extension for all of us, and it's one of the most simple and easy tool to use a map to any website to identify technologies. So now we're going to be talking about the Firebug, which is a add-on for Firefox, and it is a web development tools. So inside of this web development tools, you can edit and debug HTML, CSS and JavaScript on any pages that set effect of the changes instantly. It helps to analyze the JS file and find accesses for libraries to install it. So search Firebug. So get to this page. So as you can see, Firebug is now not available in this in extension wise. So what you have to do is install the Firefox development tool, which I already installed it. So you just download and install it, because the Firebug is now built-in with Firefox development. So let's now go to the Firefox Developer Edition and check out the Firebug which is built in. Now let's just go to a random website, like I have gone to a website called gold.com, which is a sports web page. So what you can do is, now as you can see, it is a Firefox Developer Edition. So you can just use the developer tools in here to use this Firebug, like more tools and web developer tools. This is the Firebug. So here is an article. So here's the old value that you can edit, like here is the HTML format that you can edit, even can change. You can change like background color and all. You can change font, what they have written and everything. So this is HTML. In case you go further or any website like this, like Twitter as an example. Same thing here, lots of information from almost all the website. So you will now use this HTML text to edit this social network company. So let me select and use the developer tools in this. So now you can just type anything, like as you can see it changes instantly. You can edit, you can change anything. Let me show you here. So this is something interesting. Why are Premier League forward goals total so low? So let me change this using the Firework developer tools, which is built in here. You can just tell a funny comment like Messi is always the best. As you can see, it all showed instantly. So in this way, you can change anything in a website using the plugin, which is a built-in in Firefox developer edition, which is a Firework. So that's all for the Firework related. Hello, now we'll talk about the Hackbar. Hackbar is a plugin which is for both Chrome and Mozilla Firefox. So let's search. As you can see, I search it for Hackbar and also appeared. So you click on this edition for Mozilla. If you use Mozilla or if you use Chrome, you use this Hackbar for Chrome. So I am using Mozilla Firefox, so I will use this. So just download, add to this to Firefox. So and after that you need to restart, as you can see, and you can see from here that I install this extension called Hackbar. So this is a tool that helps you to find and test a SQL injection and other things. So let's go and enable this. I think I enabled it. Okay, enable this, and if you want to change something or how to use, you can see the information from here. As you can see, it can load, display, execute URL from address bar. It can custom or add reference URL and user agent cookies or tools like MD5, SHA-1 SHA-256 and control plus enter to execute. So let's go and test it on a random website. Like I am using a random website called SNAA India. So first you have to do is you have to go from more tools to web developer tools, and at the end you can see if you enable the Hackbar, it will show here. As you can see, it show in here, or otherwise you can just go or inspect this and go from here. So first let me load the URL. Now so it is powered by MySQL database, And the header, as you can see, it has just as the sneaindia.com. So now I will write in addition order by file and will execute it inside this head bar. So inside this head bar, now I will execute some file. As you can see, it changed to another page. So in this result you got like, so basically in this result the column 5 doesn't really exist. So what you should observe here is that you are executing the command inside this head bar. The same here, this is loaded from if you can change 5 to 10, it will execute in this here. As you can see, it executed from order by 10. So as you can see, in this way you can check the record for school on a certain website using this bar to view the script. So now I will test this on from another website. Oh, okay, let me open this again. Let me go and search this website called PhD Graphics, and let me go and open this website. Now I will just open the developer tools and go from Hackbar and will load the URL. As you can see, it loaded the URL and all the here. So let me just write this script. I already copied it from previous, so I just pasted it in here. You can try and write a different script or same script as mine. So what you will do now, it will do some random numbers, or it will do some random errors, like if I executed this, as you can see, this site is not accessible, but if we are making some differences in the value here, it will also be same like this, as you can see. So basically this tool will pretty much help in doing the SQL attack or script writing, as I previously told about what it will do mainly. So keep in mind, then I just demonstrated the brief introduction of this HelpGuard. I didn't go to the details. I just doing how it works or how to install. So you will do when you will do these types of script writing, you will understand more about the SQL injection and the scripts. So that's all from the brief introduction for Hackbar. You can use it both from on Firefox or Google Chrome. So now we will be talking about the user agent switcher, which is an extension for both Chrome and Firefox. So as let me just have to search user agent switcher, so and go for the extension that you are using. Like if you are using Chrome browser, then use this one, and if you are using like mine Mozilla, then use this one. Just go in this page, add like add to this Firefox, it will add, as you can see, it already added. So let's just open up or just enable if you are not enabled. So you can enable this from user agent switcher. As you can see, it's enabled. So what is user agent switcher? So user agent switcher is a extension that possesses another browser by changing the user agent header, and which pretend the different browser that can be helpful for number of situations like spoofing or performing some attacks. So I already, as you can see, already enabled it. So let's go and check it out how this works. As you can see, it already enabled. As you can see, it's in here showing in my menu bar, user agent switcher. So now what I will do, I will click. As you can see, it have a preferences type override for domain or enable random mode. So if you click, you can override any of the websites you can want to. So I won't do that. So enable random mode like on startup or desktop mobile bot. So what I will do now, I will show you a example of what it does. So I will select this like Android phone. So as you can see, it's already on my current default version of a Windows page. So if I reload this, it will switch to the version that I selected, like in mobile. As you can see on your phone, that you will be seeing like this. So it already showed in this format. So as you can see, you can even change to the another version. As you can see, it already changed. Even you can change like PS4 as an example. You can already see already affected the user agent switcher. Even we can adjust it like this, like any of the, like if we want to do like iPhone. So receive this, and you're seeing this page as what iPhone phone will be showing on their phone. So that's all for the, if you want to go to your default, so click default and just reload. It will go to your default web pages. So according to what we mentioned, we are getting the viewer, and what should we even on what we are switching on different user agent, it will show the different version of a design. So you may think it's not that much impressive for you right now, but believe me, it's very interesting feature which you will sure use it in your future when you set up bounty or bug hunting or web hacking or any types of similar things. So that's all for the user agent switcher. So now we will be talking about the Sublist 3R, which is a Python tool, and this is designed to enumerate subdomains of a website. So using search engine, it helps to penetrate the testers and bug hunters to collect and gather the subdomains and which they are targeting for the domain. And Sublist 3R uses search engine like Google, Yahoo, Bing, and which is to Ask and more search engines. So also it uses the Netcraft virus tools, threat, cloud, DNS, dumpster, and passive aliens. So basically there are many advantages of this Recon NG and NoPy because it uses search engine to find the subdomains. So let's begin and use this tool interval. First, we have to use Kali Linux. I am using a Kali Linux on a virtual machine. You can use it on your main machine as you will. So it's up to your choice. You can just use first. You have to use and open the Kali Linux. Then you have to type these certain comments. Like first, you have to type like cd desktop. So you have to change the directory to desktop, and then you will clone the GitHub with git space clone. Then you have to use this specific GitHub website to cloning the sublist tree. Like https github.com about l3la/sublist3.git. So after pasting this, you will cloning into the sublist tree. It will take a couple of seconds. Then you are done. Now you have to change the directory to sublist tree. Then from then you will list the sublist tree. As you can see, the Linux manifest down in sublist tree.python. So I type the list of the files in the sublist. So basically we are going to use this Python file, that is publish sublist tree. And I'm gonna show you how this works. So now you have to type python space sublist3.py. Then this will be loaded up, and it is asking for some arguments. So as you can see here, I provided some arguments like, and also a sample website like paypal.com. So what you have to do is you have to type like python space sublist3.py space -d and space paypal.com. Then that will enumerating the subdomains from these certain websites like paypal.com, and it will take a couple of seconds, like 10 to 15 seconds. So it will now searching now in Baidu, Yahoo, Google, Bing, Ask, Netcraft, DNS Dumpster, Virus Total, Threadcount, SSL certificates, and Passionate DNS. So total unique subdomains found is 2937, and it will port the scan. Now you can see there is a all list of that it found all list of subdomain in here, and it is saying that ports are open. So as you can see, it is all the subdomain it is listing, because so basically this is all the subdomain that this found. So sorry. So we are unable to find using other tools like we did on here using the sublist tree. You can go and find the bug tools in subdomains, like in this website. It is the main website of the sublist tree. So you can know about the sublist tree and also example installation and recommendation Python version, that what I show in here. As you can see at the end, it all got from paypal.com. It is a massive like 2900 price, similar to 3000 subdomains it found. So these all redirect to a text file in here, all text file. So that's all the features and how it will help you to find out the subdomains on a certain websites. So that's all about the sublist 3-word subdomain website using OSNMT. So that's all. I hope you use this tool as much as possible it is, because it is a pretty much important for finding out your subdomains. So I hope you got interested in this tool. Then that's all. So now we'll talking about the WP scan. And WP scan means for WordPress. So we will basically see the WordPress scanner. The WP scan is a black box WordPress volume scanner. So if you have no idea what is WordPress, let me clarify you that WordPress is a free and open source blogging tool and the content management system based on the PHP and SQL feature, including plugin architecture. And a template system WordPress was used in 23% of each of the 10 million websites as of as an example of 2015. So without wasting time, let's using this WP scan, that is WordPress. So first you have to use the Kali Linux, which is a virtual machine that I am using. So first you have to click here, application, you have to go web application analysis, under user application, then you have to click and open the WPS scan, which is WordPress security scanner. So let's open it. As you can see, it's opened, and now let me go and grab a real WordPress website that is the WordPress. So let me copy this website and let me type WPS scan, and that I copied. Now if you press enter, as you can see, it showed the result like the URL supplied, the eleganttimes.com seems to be down, which means that it uses the WordPress bar seems to be down, and so it is real but seems to be down. So that does mean that your approach itself over the PCS, and I will show you how to WP scan of all now and on some other websites like Google or Twitter that doesn't use the WordPress. So let me type W space URL www.google.com. As you can see, this is different from that because it doesn't use the WordPress. That's why it shows this value. So if I use another one like www.geekly.net, you can see it showed that the remote website is up but does not seem to be running WordPress. As you can see, I have a 3 different example that shows the 3 different result. as you can see, first one, the website uses the real WordPress and it's showing the down result, and it shows the another result, and it shows the website is remote website is up, but this doesn't running the WordPress. So before going ahead with WordPress hacking, you can go for further if and only if the website has WordPress running, and this doesn't mean that the almost all WordPress websites are hackable, but the WordPress website which has the older version of the WordPress are kind of hackable because they don't usually update this, and because of that they can be hackable. But for the newer version, which is the updated one, who keeps updating their WordPress website, is not that much hackable. So what I'm saying is that the older version of WordPress is hackable, because if you go and search for the liability for a WordPress website, you will sure get it within the few seconds of a Google search for the new version. So I have to do your own and find the vulnerability. If you are asking what is vulnerability, then that's all I talked about previously about vulnerability and how to find those vulnerability, and that's all for the introduction of WP scan, WordPress scan. So hello, we'll continue with the WP scan. And WP scan is a WordPress scan that I told you about the previous video previously. So I didn't much actually explain what the WP scan is and how does it work. So let me start explaining by it. So you can, as I previously showed, you can start WP scan by going from web application analysis to WP scan. So WP scan starts up here. As you can see here, to enumerate install plugins, so you have to type WP scan. So in a real WordPress example website.com, you have to write P, so that is the enumerate plugin. So then to enumerate the install things, you have to write the same thing, and at the end enumerate D for user and that you redo, and for the term enumerate TT for the use of proxy. So you can use the proxy in this way. You can -P for password file path. You can use -U for username list, and also multi-cell max password, also login URL UI or stealthy, and also BP for vulnerable plugins, AP for all plugins, BT for vulnerable themes, AT for all themes, T for popular themes, and U for user ID range like U1 to U5, then M for media IDs range like M1 to 15, and that's all the user case of this WP scan. So you can use the proxy in this way, and you can even do the brute force of this WordPress of a lot of users to get any password by using the WordPress and the code.lsd, and that's the word list thread. And the 50 means how many of you are going to try in the same way, and brute force is the admin username only. So you can even use custom content directory, custom plugin directory, and to update and debug and output. So these are the all option you can see. So let me use by a real website that uses 192.168 WordPress. This is to work but right now I don't think this will work anymore. This used to work couple of months ago. I tried it, but it seems like it won't work right now. Okay, let me just wait. Okay, as you see, the URL supplied that I typed seems to be down, or like timeout was reached, so they updated the WordPress. So as for that, I cannot connect to that specific website. So all you have to do is you have to find a WordPress website that used to be work for that your own purpose, or you can create your own WordPress website so that you can use it to check. As I don't have any WordPress website, I can really check mine to see how this easily works, but let me define how this is actually works. So it has robotic text file in the directory and the entry robotic like txt and the entries in robots.txt. So you have to see is remote text in a remote text file where all things are mentioned, like which Google has to ignore. So almost all the link that you will find in the robots.txt, you will not find the search result of Google. So they are the entry of robots.txt. So these are the interesting header, that is language in itself. So the likes of type does not equal to identify the version of WordPress, which is pretty bad. So for us who has not find any kind of plugins, the search is not completely done. So if I want to enumerate like this, WordPress let me try and enumerate this, so then hope for it works. So as you can see, I typed the text wrong, so it's taking some time. Okay, as you can see, it again showed that the timeout was reached, so it kind of seems to be working in this website. I think they changed it to the updated version. So we'll try sometime again in the future. So that's all in this. So now we'll talk about the CMS mapping. So before I get into what the CMS map snapping and all, I would like to show you the tools and also what it looks to use and what's the best cases of this. So first you have to search like CMS map GitHub. So when you search it, you will open, it will show up this page and go into this page. So you will go into the GitHub page in the using the first link. So if you don't know what is GitHub is a kind of platform where develop codes, upload their codes and let other people use it to test it or any other use case. It's a very friendly platform. So if you want to upload a course, it may be related to Android apps or iOS apps or even with the application developed for others. So you will get projected file for different softwares and other things. So CMS Pipe is one of a kind of software which is run by Python. So they have uploaded here, as you can see, all the record files and readme files, text, license, all. So these are the projected folders which we have to look at later, but before that let's talk about what is CMS map. So CMS map is a Python open source application that automates the process of detecting security flaws of the most popular CMS. As the main purpose of CMS map is to integrate common vulnerabilities for different types of CMS and CMSs. And it is a single tool that supported by CMS map or WordPress, which we talked about previously, WordPress and WP scan. So these are the different web technologies they use. As we already talked about the WP scan and WordPress, so it may have lots of misfunctions by using CMS map. And CMS map, a basic what CMS map defines is Python open source CMS scanner that automates the process of detecting security flaws and CMS and supported by CMS map, as we talked about WordPress, Joomla, Drupal and Moodle. So as you can see, it's an early stage, so you can have some like bugs, flaws or misfunction as it is in beta stage. So use it at your own risk. So that's as you can also preview this about the CMS map. Also you can get an idea of the installation using this and the use case of the functions like F for full screen, A for agent, D for dictionary attacks and brute force, and also post exploitation and others. So just download it and download the zip and extract it, and that's it. We'll talk about in the future of the how this is work, and that's the whole introduction of CMS map. So now I'll talk about the B app, which we talk about the very first of this lecture, how to install this and the VMware workstation in details. So now I will show you the step of how to log in and how to change your password in VMap. So let me first, you have to check whether your virtual machine setting is on net or not. You have to select the net, then you have to check either you have a valid internet connection or not. So let me just try. It will take some time to load up the page. As you can see, I cannot move my mouse into my main screen. What you have to do is press Ctrl and Alt to shift your mouse from this virtual machine to your main machine. As you can see, if I try as you can see, my mouse cannot move. So what I have to do, Ctrl plus Enter. As you can see, my mouse is, I can also use here. So as you can see, I have internet connection. So what you have to do is, now you have to use the terminal to check your IP address. So what you have to do is check your IP address. As you can see, my INET address is 192.168.159.128. What you have to do is, you have to copy this into here. As you can see, I already copied it, and I have to type this buf/login.php. So first you have to log in this. So I am just logging is B, and the default B username is B, and default password is bug, but I changed the password. So I use my current password. As you can see, it logged in. So now I have how I can change. Just click on the change password. You have to select your current password 123, and the new password as you want to do 1234. Retype 1234IE. So as you can see, the password has been changed. So it already changed the password. So let me check it already worked or not. So login credential username B, and the password I changed from my previous one to new one is 1 2 3 and 4. As you can see, it logged in. So that's how you log in and change your password and VM. So now we'll talk about the CSRF injection report and the definition and couple of the report description and results. So CSRF injection is a software application coding vulnerability that occurs when an attacker injects a CSRF character sequence where it is not expected. So when CSRF injection is used, it splits an HTTP responses headers, and it is referred to as HTTP responses splitting. So let's see couple of the reports of the CSRF injection, and the first one is CSRF injection in HTTP in this website. So this reporter was able to inject HTTP header to set custom copies and custom contents such as XSS attacks within the response. The report contains a throughout POC and appropriate screenshots which assisted the triangling process. So the issue was insisted and found to be valid. The final fix was partly dependent on other fixes, and there is an HTTP header injection on this URL. It allows an attacker to set custom cookies and custom contents such as attack within the response proof of concept. The parameter P is one of the variable in the link, show that he has formed the vulnerability. So you can see in the following. So that's all for the first report. So the another report is that HTTP response is splitting in CSRF injection in bi.owx.com. So as you can see, they already attached two of the pictures. in here. The parameter is one variable on the link that shows that yes, it has found the vulnerability, and you can see in the following image also. So next step of the following vulnerability was found in the HTTP response and splitting, and that is CSRF injection in the .ofworks.com website. And to move more from CSRF and about the HTTP responsibility, check these images, which you can find the description on this also. So it also then fixed. So that's the couple of reports of CSRF injection. So which you find here, find the proof of concept, and here that you see a bulb header and CRLF. That's all for the CRLF injection and the reports. So the another attack from CSRF vulnerability in this report is this one. So they found the CSRF in towners.mail.ru gallery/add comment. While any user can add image to this towners.mail.ru at the gallery, and after that any user can add comment to this image, and here there is no protection. So and the steps to reproduce is just go to this towners.mail.ru/gallery, choose any photo, and you can add a comment on the photo that you choose, and send this form and the any user that he will put a comment. And this is the example form of code. So if you send this form to any login user, he will put a comment on this photo in URL. So that's an example for CSRF when CSRF vulnerabilities in this report that found out, and I think that got solved also. As you can see, they decided to report all on one report, and as you can see, it fixed now and it protected by the CSRF token now. So here is a critical CSRF reports that used on this website called buyado.com. So this is how he explained the phone access as an issue that allows an attacker to link his Gmail, Facebook or any social account to the victim's account and hijack the whole account when users tries to link the Gmail account with his account. So after he authorized, then uses the HTML account, then he will be redirected to this URL, as you can see here. The only thing that writes from CSRF is the article parameter, which is not for each user or session. Then that is, so I now got a JavaScript file from here, JavaScript file, and RT parameter value, and that is RTA underscore parent underscore venue, which has a parameter value, and I can use it to link any malicious social media account with Badu. So here is a proof of concept, as you can see, which the Badu app linked a dummy Gmail account of his and to his Badu account, and go to the setting. As you can see, it already now fixed, but when you okay, so the social account that then if you go into the setting account, then you will see a Gmail account with the name of Mahmoud Gamal added to the social account. So this is the proof of concept. So this is the extreme source code inside which is a HTML is injected. So after an attacker links his Gmail, Facebook or any social account to the victim account, he can use it to log into the victim social account and do any modification he wants. So that's all about the CSRF attack. So now we'll look at the couple of more reports about CRLF injections. So the first one is monitor.hjc.dropbox.com CRLF injection. So the first report is monitored out by sjc.dropbox.com and CRLF is reported to Dropbox type none. Then the second report is www.myshopify.com CRLF injection reported to Shopify and non-applicable, bounty paid $500. And the third and final one is my.mail.ru CRLF injection reported to mail.ru and type is non-applicable and bounty paid is $160. So that's all these similar reports on CRLF injection when the liberty check description of these links are shown. As you can see, all of these reports in here. You can check all these reports on hackerone.com. So now we will find the similar reports related to couple of the topics, like one for misconfiguration and one for subdomain. It's not that I am going to explain or show something which you are not seen till now. So I am just showing you that because it's pretty much important and which most of the people just ignore it. So the fact is the bounty program first. I will search and go for the misconfiguration, and you will go for the reports only on from HackerOne. So you will see lots of reports you can find here about this misconfiguration. So I will go and choose a random first one. So when you see that a list of a creation report, and what you have to do is study each one of them and finding the similarities and learn about how to find the vulnerabilities, and then go to any website and find from the book for the website. So in this configuration, as the reported I just open, this is how the report looks like, and the conversation happens between the company representation and the attacker in the same way. I will search for the hacker and there's the list of the reports that can open any of them and read regarding of them. So the bounty is like $1,000 and the design issue is on. So it's not that I have shared something you didn't see before, because I already showed you a couple of the reports before. Now we will talk about the subdomain one. So we will go and choose one of these. Also I can see there is a conversation between there. Also you can see the reproduce, also see the subdomain that take over. Also there is a boundary here, you can see on $1,000 and CPIT is none. So that is all. So it's just a simple way to remind you that the importance of reading similar reports and gaining knowledge regarding that. It's not that you go and search for the vulnerability which are already present, and if you are able to find anyone ability to found at any hacker, then this is a all that you know about these reports about subdomain takeover or misconfiguration. So I would like to say you better gain knowledge about these reports so that it can help you out if you are interested in this. So that's all about the similar couple of reports about subdomain and misconfiguration. So now we'll talk about the HTTP parameter pollution. So HTTP parameter pollution is used by exploiting the effects, and attacker may be able to bypass the inputs, validation, trigger application error, or modify internal variable value through the HTTP parameter. As HTTP parameter pollution affects building blocks of all of web technologies, servers, and client-side attacks. So now let's look at an example and report of parameter pollution in social sharing burden. So this is how the attacker explains. For example, we have a link called hackerone.com/blog/introducing signal and impact. So and we change it to hackerone.com/blog/introducing signal and impact to http://bk.com/durov. So if you send a link to the user and he wants to share a link to the Facebook, the content will change to www.facebook.com/share.php to a hackerone/blog/introducing signal and impact to bk.com. So we can see the following screenshot here. As you can see, it changes to this website from entering the above HTTP parameter in the text box. So and that's all for the HTTP parameter pollution reports. So now we'll talk about basic introduction of OSINT framework. So OSINT framework focus on catching information from a free tools of resources. The intention is to help people find OSINT resources that returns free information. Some of the sites initially require the registration or offer more data for money, but you should be able to get at least of a portion of the available information for cost of open the website. So first open the OSINT framework website. Now go to email address, then email search hunter. Now we can search an email address just by searching amazon.com. As you can see, you will find a lot of email address built using on that specific site that you will search. So now I'm going to do another one like all popular social networks, Facebook or Twitter, anyone, search Twitter name search. As you can see, you can search any name or you can choose like Facebook, search Facebook email search. As you can see, you can use this SINT framework to get the information that you may want to know. So that's it. This is a very resourceful website. It depends upon you how you want to utilize it for your own purpose, and that's all. Now we'll talk about the methodology. A methodology means basically what kind of step one after the other one should take to do. But the boundary, the first thing we have to do is map the application content. And unless the application content is up to test the client side controls and then test the analyze the application, then test client side control, then test the authentication mechanism, then test the session management mechanism. After that, test access control, test for input based vulnerabilities, test for function specific input vulnerabilities, then test for logic flaws, then test for shared hosting vulnerabilities, test for application server vulnerabilities, then miscellaneous checks, and the last one is follow up any information leakage. So don't worry, I will cover all these steps in a brief in every slide. So let us begin with the first step with map the application's content. So in map the application content, first explore visible content, which configure your browser to your favorite proxy. Then we have used this the above suite, which is that and those spider to active and passive the scanning and try to map the web application by using Spire. So if you find any vulnerabilities or anything you observe, then you jump on it and test for it to visit the link that you are really submitting every phone and proceeding through all the multi-step function to computation. This you can do using Bubshoot to fasten the process using intruder, or else you can do is submit by manually. So I would prefer using intruder to submit the forms type using dosing with JavaScript and with the cookies enabled and disabled. If the application uses authentication and you have or create a login account, then set up a step consultant. Then public resources use the internet search engines and are used to identify. So the content they have indexed and stored for your target application is that basically to find the subdomains. So using the tools I have mentioned like Recognizer or other tools, which is a hand mention, so which use search engine you find for the subdomains, and it even looks toward the file of that. So I have talked all of these previously. For example, like I have talked the WFPS scanning in like robot.txt file. So make some request for valid and invalid requests and compare the server responses to established and easy target to identify when an item does not exist. So fourth is discover default content. So against a web server to detect any default or well-known content that is present, which they have already monsters on this, which already talked about previously, to maximize its effectiveness. For example, you can use the root option to specify a directory within and read and define your specified function. It identity at any instances with specific application. Functions are accessed by passing the identifier of the function and request the parameter. For example, you can see the action equals to edit the user or function equal to like an example which I already explained previously. Test for debugger parameters. Choose an on mode. Application pages a function where hidden debug parameters may be implemented, then they are most likely to appear in a key function such as login, search file, upload or download, where you have something written like debug equals to false and just turn it debug equals to true. So this is just for the debug parameters. So these are the 6 steps in maps the application content. So now let's talk about the analyzing the application. So for this analyzing the information, first one is identify the functionality. So first thing to do is identify functionality and define the core functionality that the application was created for, and the action key mechanism that handle the authentication, session management and access control, and handle the authentication, session management, which then support them such as registration and account recovery and standard GUI appearances. Identifying each of the different technologies used on the client side such as phone credit, cookies, Java, applets activities controls, flash objects. So check the HTTP server header written in the application responses, and the third is map the attack surface, and enter user messaging may be vulnerable to access a contract by a function. So maybe when be able to the SMTP injection, the most interesting looking functionality is the most serious of the potential when their code is associated with it. So what I mentioned is the 3 steps of analyzing the application that I covered here. So let's look at the test client side controls. So the first is testing the clients, that has transmission of a data via the client. So look at all the instances with the application where hidden phone fields, cookies and your parameters are apparently being used to transmit data via the client
which modify the item value in a ways that are relevant to its role on application's functionality. If the application was used in speed.net view state to test the confirm whether it contains any sensitive information, then the second one is test controls over user input at identifying any cases where app side controls such as length limit and JavaScript check are used to validate the user input before it is submitted to the server, and it identify any cases where the translation controls such as length limit and JavaScript checks are used to validate user input before it is submitted to the server. So this tool can be filed easily because you can send arbitrary request to the server, for example test code, and that test code affected input fields in turn by submitting input a stimulant form of identity and disable any elements such as grade or submit button. For example, here there we have written the disable, then it will equals to true. So you can access the buttons by just writing disable equals to false, and this is also for laboratory 4th. And the last one is test browser extension component. Understanding the client application operation that compile the client, then attach a deeper and the test control. So that's all for the third step of test client side controls. Now we'll talk about the test the authentication mechanism. First, what you have to do is establish the authentication technology in use, for example form, certificates or multi-factors. And then the first thing what you have to do is test the password quality, and rather application for any description of the minimum quality rows and force on the user password so that they attempt to set a various kinds of password. Using any self-registration using a password change function to establish tools such as actually enforcing the attempt to log in using different variation on this password by removing the last character, then by changing the character case, and after that by removing any special character. So if any of this login attempt is successful, then it continually experimenting and systematically it depends to identify what validation is actually being performed. So the second is test for username enumeration. So every detail of the server's response to each pair of the requests, including the HTTP status code, that any redirects any information displayed on a screen, so that the difference hidden in the HTML page code source and the time taken to server to respond create any subsidiary authentication that accepts a username and determines whether it can be used for username enumeration. Then test any account recovery function, which contains any facility for user to regain controls of their account if they have forgotten their credential, with function uses like password hand that performs the same exercise to harvest a list of password hints and identify any of the that easily guessable, then it tested, and any reminder function that tests the test any impersonate function, then test the user uniqueness, then it tests the predictability of auto-generated credentials. So after that it checks for unsafe transmission of credential. Then next, check for unsafe distribution of the credential. So after checking that, it tests for insecure storage and test for the logic flaws. Then it tests for fail open conditions. So and the last step they test is test any multi-stage mechanism. So after testing that, they exploit any vulnerabilities to gain. And then the last one is that unauthorized access. So that's it for the test for authentication mechanism. Now the fifth one is test for session management mechanism. First, what you have to do is test tokens. You have to take the test tokens for meaning login. As several different users are different times and records, the token shoot from the server, it takes time. So if sale registration is available and you can choose your username and listen to consumers that any correlation appears to be related to the username and other user controllable data. Second is test token for predictability. If you identify any pattern that captures a second sample of the two using a different IP address and a different username, this will help you identify whether the same pattern is detected and whether the two comes received in the first exercise, and that could be exploited to guess that can receive the second, third. And the third is for check for insecure transmission of tokens. Starting with another indicated contains all the start, you are really proceeding through the login process and then going to the all application functionality. Fourth is HTTP prevention. So if HTTP cookies are being used as a transmission mechanism for sharing token, then verify whether to secure the flag is preventing them from ever being transmitted over HTTP connection. So if HTTP areas are applicable contains and link to HTTP that follow, these are I think very high. The session token is submitted if a test determined whether it continues to be valid or immediately terminated to server. Fifth is check for disclose of token in logs. So if they are intended for administrators, only determine whether any vulnerabilities exist and could enable a lower chip user to access them and identify any of the instance that verifies two cons are transmitted within the URL. If so, then this may be transmitted into the referral header and the user. Following up any of that link that could refer the header and user. The sixth is check mapping of token to session. Logging and log out several times using the same user account either from different closure processes or from different computers determines whether a new session token is issued each time or whether the same token is used every time same account login. In this situation, there is no major product against and concurrent logins or properly invocation timeout. The 7 is for check for CSRF. If the application has only honestly transmitting because its method of transmitting session tokens, then it may be only able to cause the retest virtuality attacks that cross the retest. So the 8 is, and the last one is check cookie scope. So the application is as HTTP cookies to transmit any sensitive data or review the relevant set cookie headers and check for any domain or path attributes, and that most of the control of the scope of that cookies that allows, and for that matter they set the cookies header and check for the path attributes. So that's all for the fifth step of methodology, test for session management mechanism. The sixth one is test access controls. The first one is test with multiple accounts. The first what I have to do is test the multiple account. Use a less privileged account and attempt to access each item on its functionality using all application content within one user context. So the second one is test limited access. Many common liabilities will much harder to look because you don't know the name and then you or anyone else identifier and parameters that are needed to export. And the weaknesses decompile all the compiled client that are present and extract any references to the server side. Functionality test about insecure access control methods, like some application implement access control based on the request parameter, and some application base access control decision to the HTTP refer header. So if head isn't allowed to try the on the site and test for insecure containers that manage to access control to you or anyone else to make a request using the method to return whether the application permits it. So that's the test for insecure access control method. So that's all for the test access control. Then test for input based vulnerabilities. This is the 7th step of methodology. The first one is test for SQL injection. If any database error message uses were returned to investigate, then their meaning is to use the SQL injection to help to interpret the error message on some common database platform. So if submitting a single quotation mark in the parameter cause and error the other behaviors, submit to single quotation bar. Try using common SQL string to concentrate the function to construct a scheme that is equal to sum. So imported like this, if the application logic can be systematically manipulated in this way, it is almost certainly through the level of the SQL injection. The second step is test for accesses and other responses injection. All you have to do is add a file reflected request and that request parameter and test for reflected access as a test for HTTP header injection to restore the attack. So the third is test for path traversal. The application may be checking the file extension being requested and allowing access to only certain kinds of the file. So try using a null byte or null attack to gather the known accepted file extension. So in an attempt to bypass the filter, for example like you can use attack payload similar to those who use events for OS command injection. And the last one is test for file inclusion. So after receiving any incoming HTTP connection from a target application infrastructure, during the first thing you have to do is the check is whether the application is almost certainly on the level of to remove the file inclusion. Then repeat the relevant test in a single threaded and then recorded way to determine the exactly which parameter are causing the application to issue the HTTP request. So that's all for the test for input based vulnerabilities.
Now we'll talk about a step of methodology which is test for function specific input vulnerabilities. So the first one is test for SMTP injection. For each request employed in a email related functionality which submit each of the following test strength as each parameter which return and inserting your own email address in the relevant position you can use to bump into the automate this by describing for general facing. These test string already have special characters that are encoded, so do not apply any additional encoding to them. And here you can see then after that the result to identify any error messages, and the application returns to test phone application returns, and the test phone to reduce the software vulnerability is test for SOAP injection. So after testing the SMTP injection, then and each parameter in return you get a suspect of the process the message, then submit the XML closing test such as for. Then if no error occurs, then your input is probably not being inserted into the messages or being sanitized in some way. So messages which may change the application logic or result in different error condition that may diverge the information. So the third is test for backend request injection. So submit the star character for last number of the result that returned, which is a good indicator that you are dealing with a LDAP query. So try entering a number of closing parental having extracted the name of the parent node, which uses the condition of series of condition and with the following phone to extract all the data within the XML tree. So subtracting this, there is no positional node equals to 1 and text as example like text 1 text comma 1 equal to next step. And the fourth and final step is test for XXE injection. So the fourth step is test for backend request and request injection target request parameter that returns a specific page for a specific value, and try to append a new injector parameter using various syntax including the application which it behaves. So if the original parameter was unmodified, then there is a chance that HTTP parameter has injection. Whenever it is the last for XXE injection, if users are submitting XML to the server and externally entity the injection attack, that may be possible. So if a code is known and that is returned to the user that attempts to specify an external entity such as like empty
stick.net, and you can Google search for it. You will get a many example of that XSE injection. So that's all for the test for function specific input vulnerabilities. So the next method is test for logic flaws. The first one is identify the key attack surfaces. So as the flow can take a huge variety of forms and exist within the repeat of application, that functionality to ensure is providing for logic flaws is visible. So we should first narrow the attack surface toward the enabled area for manual testing and define any instances for the following features, such as the next, like multi-stage processes, which is the critically security function, such as login transaction across trust boundaries. So for example, from going anonymous to self-register to being logged in a context-based functionality that presents to a user checks and adjustment need to transaction price or quantities. The next one is multi-stage processor, the sequence of stages that may be accessed via the series of KET or post request for distinct URL, or the main involves submitting different sets of parameters to the same URL. So if message has been stage being requested by submitting a function name or index within the request parameter, that handling the input for critical security function within the application, which involves processing several items for user input and making a decision based on this test. The applications are renaissance to request containing an incoming input that process the decision based on their test. So the fourth test is the transaction logic. The application imposes transaction limit to test the effect of submitting negative values. So if these are accepted, possible to patient limits by making blood transaction to the opposite direction, it may be possible to put the limit that make a large transaction on the opposite direction. So that's it for the test for logic flaws method. So we'll talk about the test for shared hosting vulnerabilities is the next method. So when one has to do the test segregation in a shared infrastructure, if the application is hosted in shared infrastructure, then examine the access mechanism which is provided for customer to the shared environment, that you get your enrollment to the update and manage their content and functionality. If you achieve command execution, like as you did go on the injection or arbitrary file access, which one application investigated properly, whether that provides any way to escalate your attack to target other application. The second one is test segregation between ASP hosted application. So with the application that ASP hosted service composed in a mix of shield and customers, that components identify the initiate components such as login mechanism and administration function and database code components. So that's all for the method for tested the shared hosting vulnerabilities. And the last and final one is the test for application server vulnerabilities. So the first test is for the default credential. So use a result on your application mapping to exercise the identify the web server and other technologies in a news that may contain accessible administration interface across the administrative interface review. Then the availability function, and it remarks whether it can be used to further compromise and further compromising the host and attacking the main application. Second is test for default content. This may be present to all the server, but this is not as integral part of the application. Use search engine and other resources such as exploitdb.com and osbtb.org to identify default content and functionality included within the technologies you know to be in, and which you know that you are in to be use the default content and functionality. And the third one is test for dangerous HTTP methods. Use the option method to list the HTTP methods that after listing the server that needs to be available, and not that different methods but may be enabled in different arrays. You can perform over the scan to perform this by checking each reporting method manually to control whether it can be fact or to be used forward. So test for fourth one is test for proxy functionality. Using both GET and CONNECT requests, try to use the web server as a proxy to connect the other server in the internet and retrieve content from them. Using both to GET and CONNECT request, attempt to connect a common port such as number on the web server itself by specifying on to 7 points. So 0.1 is that is a local host as a target and host is the request. So fifth step is test for virtual hosting misconfiguration. So test for virtual hosting misconfiguration, submit a request to the root directory. So using the certain process host header is a cross IP address that the host header detects, and host header and that uses the HTTP 1.0 only the to scan using the vhost option to identify any default content that may be able to overlook during the initial application. And while initial application that must be overlooked by application mapping. So the sixth one is test for web server software bugs. Often in work review and resources such as security focused bug track and full disclosure to find the details of any recently discovered vulnerabilities that may not have been fixed on your target. So if the application was developed by third party, investigate whether it ships to its own web server or not. If it does investigate this, then this is beyond your liabilities to be aware that. So in this case, the server standard banner may have been modified, submit, and the server that uses the modified submit must to be test for the web server software. And the last and final step is test for application firewalling. So for all string and requests, use payload string that are unlikely to exist in a standard signature database. So all of this is giving an example that is like a part definition impossible where using false etc and a password of a Windows system. So 32 config time as a payload for a file thread that travels. Also avoid using terms such as script in excess of using attack and using alert or access as a access payload on ESP.NET. esp.net, and that also try to submit the parameter as a cookie. Then the API request or parent will retrieve the value of a cookie, and if the parameter is not formed, then the cookie string or the message body that gets sent. So that's all for the test for application server vulnerabilities. So we talked about all the method that we need to know about the vulnerabilities, and that's all.
Hello everyone, hope you guys are well. So in this course we will learn bug bounty from scratch, basic to advanced features. So what is included in this course? First, some basics of bug bounty, bug hunting, then setting up environment for hunting bugs, inject request forgery, then exploiting through cross-site scripting XSS attack. Hope you guys can learn many things about bug bounty. Stay with us and watch the full tutorial. Hello everyone, hope you guys are well. So in this tutorial, why we learn to hunt bugs. It is difficult to answer this question in one sentence. There are several reasons, and reasons vary from person to person. The first and foremost reason is we want to be better security professionals or researchers. When a security professional is able to security bugs in any web application, it gains them recognition, and because they are helping the whole community to remain safe and secure, it earns them respect as well. At the same time, the successful bug hunter usually gets a bounty for their effort. Almost every big web application, including Google, Facebook and Twitter, has its own bug hunting and the bounty program. So learning to hunt bugs may also help you to earn some extra money. There are many security experts and researchers who make this their profession and earn regular money by hunting bugs. Watching this tutorial will give you insight into implementing an offensive approach to hunting bugs in web applications. However, that knowledge should never be used for malpractice. You are learning these attacking techniques for defending web applications as penetration tester or an ethical hacker. As a security professional, you are supposed to point out those bugs to your clients so that they can rectify the vulnerabilities and dart any malicious attack to their application. Therefore, before moving any further, we should keep this important caveat in mind. Without having permission from the owners, you may not and should not attack a web application. With permissions, yes, you may move forward to hunt bugs and make a detailed report of what can be done to defeat against them. There are also several good platforms that allow you to work for them, and as a beginner you'd better get registered with those platforms and handbags for them. The greatest advantage is you get immense help from fellow senior security professionals. While you earn, you will learn, and it is secured. You are hunting bugs or finding exploits and vulnerabilities with the owner's permission. As a beginner, you should not try these techniques on any live web application on your own. In many countries, attacking the system without the owner's permission is against the law. It may land you in jail and end your career as a security professional. Therefore, it is better to be registered with the bug bounty platforms and play the game according to the rules. We urge you to use the information contained in this book, and the book name is Lawful Purpose. If you use it for unlawful purpose and end up in trouble, the author and the publisher will not be responsible because they write it for helping you, not make crime. In my opinion, if you are only interested in the bounty, you will not learn anything, and finally you are not eligible to earn money and respect. Finding exploits and vulnerabilities demands a very steep learning curve. You need to know many things, including web application architecture, how the web involves, what are core defense machines, the key technology behind the web, HTTP protocol, encoding schemas, and many other things. You must be aware of mapping of the web application and different types of attacks that can take place. Welcome back. How you can setting up your environment. A virtual environment or virtualization is not mandatory for the experienced ethical hacker. As an experienced ethical hacker, you can run Kali Linux as your main system and perform the hacking using mainly a terminal with the help of a programming language such as Python, or you can select tools like Metasploit. However, for beginners, virtualization is compulsory. Let me explain very briefly why it is important. Hacking can change the system completely. If you don't understand the state of the system well, you might change the state of your main system inadvertently. As a beginner, you cannot take that risk. Therefore, always practice using a virtual machine. The easiest of them is VirtualBox, so I have chosen it to show you all the types of bug hunting. As an aspiring ethical hacker and penetration tester, you should become capable of building virtual and physical labs to use for practice, as this lets you install as many operating systems as necessary. Using virtual machines, you can safely break any system and change the state in your virtual machine. if would not affect the main system. So why we need a virtual environment? Virtualization is important for any type of penetration testing. You are going to learn how to find security vulnerabilities in any web application, and that needs a lot of practice before you actually approach a client to do the same on their live system. So we need a simulated environment first, a network security lab where we can practice to learn and understand every trick of hunting bugs so that we can implement them on the live applications later as security professionals. There are also other important considerations, like since virtualization provides you a simulated environment, your main system is not touched. If you break your operating system by mistake while experimenting with any hacking related tools, it happens inside your virtual system. You can reinstall the damaged operating system again. Another important aspect is that we have to stay within the law always. We must practice our hacking related tools in a legal way on your own systems. You can also safely browse any websites in a virtual environment. If some malicious code enters into your simulated environment, let it say it won't touch your main system. I simply encourage you to do every type of testing. It is a virtual machine, so go ahead, test everything that comes to mind. During my long information security research career, I have tested many hypervisors. However, keeping in mind that you may run your virtualization on any operating system in a simple way without facing any problem, I strongly recommend using VirtualBox. Irrespective of any operating system, VirtualBox is the best security lab solution for beginners. We will discuss the advantages in a measure. Just to let you know, there are several other hypervisors. Security professionals use some of them. However, most of them are targeted for specific operating systems. KVM is good for Linux. For Windows, VMware Player is a good solution. Windows Virtual PC is also good, but you cannot run Linux distributions inside it. For macOS, both VMware and Virtual PC are good options, including QEMU and Parallels. VirtualBox can run on any operating system. Installing VirtualBox is very simple. However, your operating system is all it requires is a few clicks or typing a few commands. If you are using Windows, go to Oracle VirtualBox page, download the latest version. It's simple. For VirtualBox, you need to have an ISO image to install any operating system. I will go through the Ubuntu Linux install in detail, but we'll touch on other Linux distributions first. In the VirtualBox official download page, for all Linux distributions, you first download the required packages and then install them according to the nature of your OS. For Red Hat, Fedora, or any Linux distribution belonging to that category, you will notice that the last extension is .rpm. In that case, you can move the VirtualBox folder and issue command like rpm1 or yum install. There are other techniques to install VirtualBox on any Linux system. You can use your Ubuntu terminal and try to following this command separately, like sudo apt-get install VirtualBox. I said it again, sudo apt-get install VirtualBox, then sudo apt-get sudo apt install VirtualBox -ext -pack. These two commands. And setting up your environment, sudo apt install VirtualBox ext pack, sudo apt-get update, sudo add -apt repository virtual, then link sudo apt-get install VirtualBox. This is the actual command. If you don't want to go through typing, there are simple methods to install VirtualBox, and the good news is that it's graphical user interface based. That is the reason I am encouraging absolute beginners to run an Ubuntu Linux distribution as their default OS. You can install VirtualBox from the software center directly without opening up the terminal or issuing any command. Ubuntu Software Center has many categories. One of them shows the installed software, and need Kali Linux, the hacker's operating system. Once the VirtualBox has been installed on your machine, you need not worry about installing several operating systems on it. First, we need to install Kali Linux on our VirtualBox. Go to official Kali Linux website and download the ISO image of the latest stable version. Kali Linux is a much bigger Linux distribution than other Linux distributions. The latest ISO image is more than 3 GB now. As of the middle of the 2009, after the installation is over, it takes around 8 GB in your allocated virtual hard disk. Kali is by default not for general users. It contains a lot of hacking tools meant of various purposes, and because of that it is much heavier as far as size is concerned. Many more secured Linux distributions are available, like Black Arc Linux is one of them. Cubase OS is another secure operating system. Impredia OS is another good example. So this is how you download Kali Linux and VirtualBox and setting up your PC. Hello, welcome back. So, how to inject request forgery? In this chapter, we will look into every aspect of cross-site request forgery CSRF, as it is regarded as one of the top 10 security vulnerabilities in any web application. CSRF is a very common attack. It tricks the victim into submitting a malicious request. After that, the attacker inherits all the identity and privileges of the victim, allowing the attacker to perform illegal actions on the victim's behalf. In this tutorial, we will not only learn about CSRF, also will test a few types of CSRF. What is cross-site request forgery? In CSRF, an attacker tricks the browser into doing some unwanted action in a web application to which a user is logged in. Therefore, the user is also tricked because they do not know what is happening behind the curtain. They log into their bank account and get a session ticket. The attacker uses the same session ticket and transfers the funds into his account. The browser and her user both do not know how it happens. While the money is being transferred into the attacker's account, the browser believes it is perfectly legal because the browser, as a security guard, checks the users. How to inject request forgery? Session cookie and clears as it. It is not supposed to know that someone else is reading the same session and entering the bank to transfer money into his account. For this reason, CSRF is also known as session riding or sea surfing. CSRF is typically conducted by using malicious social engineering. The hacker had sent an email or a link to the victim well before it is impossible for general users to guess that an email has a malicious link that might send a forced request to a bank site. At the same time, the unsuspecting user is authenticated by the bank site, so it is impossible for the bank site to separate a legitimate request from a forced one. We need to understand another important aspect of HTTP protocol here. HTTP by default is stateless and it renders a stateless HTML page. However, we need some functionality that helps us to change the state when we send an email or transfer money. We remain logged in for a while. Therefore, CSRF attacks target those functionalities that cause a state change on the server. The state change involves actions such as changing the victim's email address, password, or purchasing something on the victim's behalf. CSRF is mentioned in the OWASP top 10 tricks that applications cite at present. You can check it just by typing top 10 security risks in web applications on Google. We have learned enough theory. Let us try a live CSRF attack. As penetration tester, you need to find vulnerabilities in the client's web applications. From the uses, the HTTP method post, you can either check the HTML by clicking view source, or you can use the OWASP JAP response to see the code. Tokens. Who has access unable to load sharing information. So let's start it. Cross-site scripting or XSS. Look at this picture. So what is cross-site scripting? Cross-site scripting XSS is an attack in which an attacker injects malicious executable scripts into the code of trusted application or website. Attackers often initiated an XSS attack by sending a malicious link to a user and inducing the user to click it. If the app or website lacks proper data sanitization, the malicious link executes the attacker's chosen code on the user's system. As a result, the attacker can steal the user's active session cookie. How does cross-site scripting work? Look at this example. Script I equal new slash star star then image and image source, then http site plus document dot cookie plus document dot location then script. While the payload is usually JavaScript, XSS can take place using any client-side language to carry out a cross-site scripting attack. An attacker injects a malicious script into a user. Attackers can also carry out an attack by modifying a request. If the web app is vulnerable to XSS attacks, the user supplied input executes as code. For example, in the request below, the script displays a message box with the text XSS http www.site.com/page.php script alert, then inside the bracket XSS text box. There are many ways to trigger an XSS attack. For example, the execution could be triggered automatically when the page loads or when a user hovers over specific elements of the page. Potential consequences of cross-site scripting attacks include these, like capturing the keystroke of a user, redirecting a user to a malicious website, running web browser-based exploits, obtaining the cookie information of a user who is logged into a website. In some cases, the XSS attack leads to complete compromise of the victim's account. Attackers can trick users into entering credentials on a fake form, which provides all the information to the attacker. So, XML and AJAX interaction. We are assuming that the average reader of this book or this watching these guys who's familiar with the fundamentals of JavaScript and HTML, both of these technologies are based on standard and protocols that have been around for many years, and there is an unlimited amount of information about how they work and what you can do with them on the internet. However, given the relatively new introduction of AJAX and extensive markup language XML into the web world, we felt it was a good idea to provide a basic overview of these two technologies. AJAX is a term that is often considered as being strongly related to XML, as the XML acronym is used as a part of the name. That's not always the case. Ajax is a synonym that describes new approaches that have been creeping into web development practices for some time. At its basic, Ajax is a set of techniques for creating interactive web applications that improve the user experience, provide greater usability, and increase their speed. The roots of Ajax were found long before the term was picked up the mainstream web developers in 2005. The core technologies that are widely used today in regards to Ajax were initiated by Microsoft with the development of various remote scripting techniques. The set of technologies that are defined by Ajax are a much better alternative than the traditional remote components such as iframe and layer elements defined in the dynamic hypertext markup language (DHTML) programming practices. The most basic and essential component of Ajax is the XML HTTP request JavaScript object, and this object provides the mechanism for remote content from a server without the need to refresh the page and browser has currently loaded, and this object comes in many times. So here is method and description. Method or property, whatever you say, like abort the request, get all response headers, first bracket, and return the response headers as a string. Get response header name, return the value of the header specified by name. Set request header name and value, and set the value of the header specified the name. Open method URL, open method URL, open method URL. Asynchronous username method URL. And description, it set the value of the header specified by the name. Open the target object by setting up method that will be used and the URL that will be retrieved. Optionally, you can specify whether the request is synchronous or asynchronous and what credentials need to be provided if the requested URL is protected. On read, and this is holding there. So some solutions: fast track, history of XSS. XSS vulnerabilities exist since the early days of the web. In 1999, inspired by the work of Georgi Guniski, David Rose published the first paper on XSS Plus entitled Script Injection, and in 2005 the first XSS worm known as Shami attacked the popular social networking website MySpace. Web application security. The web is one of the largest growing industries, a playground of 800 million users, home of 100 million websites, and transporter of billions of dollars every day. This is huge. And web application security is a term that describes the methods of securing web-based software. Web traffic is often allowed to pass through corporate firewalls to enable e-commerce, XSS, although a small part of the web application security field, represents the biggest threat. XML and AJAX introduction. I already discussed about AJAX and XML. AJAX is a technology that powers interactive web application with improved user experience, greater usability, and increased processing speed. The core component of AJAX is the XML HTTP R request object. One topic is anti-forgery token, and this is how anti-forgery token encrypted with web server as key and get from the server. Look how it transfer data and how it works. User to server, user opens up web form, user receives token, response receipts, and the user now knows the request was successful. Server generates the anti-forgery token and sends back the user, validates the token process, generates the response to allow. So this is how it works and life cycle of anti-forgery. So guys, this is for it. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello there. So what is cross-site scripting? XSS. Cross-site scripting, commonly referred to as XSS, occurs when hackers execute malicious JavaScript within a victim's browser. Unlike remote code execution (RCE) attacks, the code is run within a user's browser. Upon initial injection, the site typically isn't fully controlled by the attacker. Instead, the bad actor attaches their malicious code on top of legitimate website, essentially tricking browsers into executing their malware whenever the site is loaded. The use of JavaScript in cross-site scripting. JavaScript is a programming language which runs on web pages inside your browser. This client-side code adds functionality and interactivity to the web page and is used extensively on all major applications and CMS platforms. So how do cross-site scripting attacks work? When attackers inject their own code into a web page, typically accomplished by exploiting a vulnerability on the website's software, they can then inject their own script, which is executed by the victim's browser. Since the JavaScript runs on the victim's browser page, sensitive details about the authenticated user can be stolen from the session, essentially allowing a bad actor to target site administrators and completely compromise a website. Another popular use of cross-site scripting attacks are when the vulnerability is available on most publicly available pages of a website. In this case, attackers can inject their code to target the visitors of the website by adding their own ads, phishing prompts. Look at this picture. Attacker sent evil email to victim. Victims clicks on the link, sends request to vulnerablebank.com website, and vulnerable bank website takes data from request and including invalid web page. Victim's browser now trusts the attacker's script is from bank.com, and attacker will get all the information about victim website, username, password, or personal data. So this is the basic syntax alternate XSS syntax using script in attributes. XSS attacks may be conducted without using script. It's actually scripting language, HTML, like HTML. Other tags will be exactly the same thing on mouse server, on error, image source, almost same to HTML scripting language. XSS using script by encode URI schemes, and XSS using code encoding. We may encode our script in base 64 and place it in meta tag. This why we get rid of alert totally. Look carefully in this syntax. So some examples in cross-site scripting. Before we go into specific examples, we should also point out an important distinction. Some XSS attackers are aimed at acquiring information only once. Other attacks, however, focus on repeated exploits by hijacking a user session and logging into the account to collect information, phishing and logging in to an account with the username and password, changing the password of the victim. This is possible when the application allows changing or resetting password without having to enter the old password or a one-time code, creating a new privileged user when the victim has the rights to do so, implementing a JavaScript backdoor. For this, the victim needs to have rights to edit page content. So our first example is, look at this code. Employee ID from an HTTP request and displays it to the user. The code in this example operates correctly if EID contains only standard alphabetic text. If EID has a value that includes meta characters or source code, then the code will be executed by the web browser as it displays the HTTP response. Initially, this might not appear to be much of vulnerability. After all, why should someone enter a URL that causes malicious code to run on their own computer? So what is stored cross-site scripting? I discuss it. To successfully execute a stored XSS attack, a perpetrator has to locate a vulnerability in a web application and then inject malicious script into its server. Perpetrator and website visitor session cookie is connected. So now come to example 2. Look at this code first. As an example 1, this code functions correctly when the values of name are well behaved, but it does nothing to prevent exploits if they are not again. This code can appear less dangerous because the value of name is read from a database whose contents are apparently managed by the application. However, if the value of name originates from user supplied data, then the database can be counted for malicious content. Without proper input validation on all data stored in the database, an attacker can execute malicious commands in the user's web browser. This type of exploit, known as stored XSS, is particularly insights because the indirection caused by the data store make it difficult. XSS got its start from here. Types of cross-site scripting attacks. This attack is divided into 3 main categories. First one is reflected XSS, second one is stored XSS, and third one is DOM. This attack occurs reflected when a malicious script is not being saved on the web server but reflected in the website's results. And second one is stored accesses. This attack occurs when a malicious script is being saved on the server permanently. And third one is DOM. This occurs when the DOM environment is being changed. Look at this picture. So some trusted website and hacker injects trusted website with malicious script, and victim visits trusted website and triggers malicious script. Victim's browser executes malicious script. Oh my god, and he attacked. Stored accesses attack example. While browsing an e-commerce website, a perpetrator discovers a vulnerability that allows HTML tags to be embedded in the site's comments section. The attacker adds the following comment: "Great price for a great item. Rate my review." Just like this, and from this point on, every time this page is exceed, the HTML tag in the comment will active a JavaScript file which is hosted on another site and has the ability to steal visitors session cookies, which is really useful for a hacker or attacker. Using the session cookie, the attacker can compromise the visitor's account, granting him cross-site scripting server database. How database store a client's data. So this is for it about XSS. Hope you guys liked it. Hello everyone. So today's topic is clickjacking. So look this diagram. How clickjacking work. So at first, users sees an ad for a product or service on social media or email. Then user click the link and user enters personal information, fake website or overlaid login from imposed by fraudster. Using login data, items can be purchased, and then compromised system can also give hackers access to location data hardware. So what is clickjacking? Clickjacking is an attack that tricks user into clicking a web page element which is invisible or disguised as another element. This can cause users to unwittingly download malware, visit malicious web pages, provide credentials or sensitive information, transfer money, or purchase products online. Typically, clickjacking is performed by displaying an invisible page or HTML element inside in frame on top of the page the user sees. The user believes they are clicking the visible page, but in fact they are clicking an invisible element in the additional page transposed on top of it. The invisible page could be a malicious page or a legitimate page the user did not intend to visit. For example, a page on the user's banking site that authorizes the transfer of money. So this is how actually clickjacking work, or a hacker hack any website or someone's personal information like social site, personal email account, anything just like this. There are several variants of the clickjacking attacks, such as likejacking, a technique in which the Facebook like button is manipulated, causing users to like a page they actually did not intend to like. And
Cursor jacking, a UI, a user interface readdressing technique that changes the cursor for the position the user presides to another position. Cursor jacking relies on vulnerabilities in Flash and the Firefox browser, which have now been fixed. So this two click jacking is dangerous. So let's see some example, click jacking attack example. The attacker creates an attractive page which promises to give the user a free trip to Tahiti. In the background, the attacker checks if the user is logged into his banking site, and if so, loads the screen that enables transfer of funds using query parameters to insert the attacker's bank details into the form. Then the bank transfer page is displayed in an invisible iframe above the free gift page, with the confirm transfer button exactly aligned over the receive gift button visible to the user. The user visits the page and clicks the book my free trip. Oh shit, and this is a trap button. In really, the user is clicking on the invisible iframe and has clicked the confirm transfer button. Funds are transferred to the hacker. And finally, the user is redirected to a page with information about the free gift, not knowing what happened in the background. So clickjacking is a trap for user. So look this picture, how attacker attacked by clickjacking. The attacker first sends a link to a target website through email, social media, or another media. The victim opens the link in a browser. The victim clicks a visually harmless user interface element and gets clickjacked. Attacker's website get the information about victim's browser. The browser opens the target website. So this is how an attacker attacked a victim and get information about his website or personal information. So clickjacking mitigation. There are two general ways to defend against clickjacking. So client-side methods. The most common is called frame busting. Client-side methods can be effective in some cases, but are considered not to be a best practice because they can be easily bypassed. And another one is server-side methods. The most common is X-frame options. Server-side methods are recommended by security experts who like cybersecurity executive or anything like this, as an effective way to defend against clickjacking. So guys, this is how clickjacking is work and how a attacker can attack by clickjacking and get so many information about targeted website or anyone's email or personal data. Hope you guys liked it, and thank you for watching. Hello there. So in this section we'll explain what SQL injection is, some common examples. So what is SQL injection? The first question. SQL injection is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to interfere with the queries that an application makes to its database. It generally allows an attacker to view data that they are not normally able to retrieve. So look at this picture. SQL injection, how it works. A HTTP request and return to database and web API server related attacker and database. This might include data belonging to other users. An SQL query is more of an application interacting with database. An SQL injection occurs when an application fails to sanitize the user input data. An attacker can use specially crafted SQL commands to control web applications database server. This might include data belonging to other users or any other data that the application itself is able to access. In many cases, an attacker can modify or delete this data, causing precedent changes to applications, content, or behavior. In some situations, an attacker can escalate an SQL injection to compromise the server or other backend infrastructure or perform a denial of service attack, DOS attack. So SQL injection, select from table where user and password, What is the actually impact of successful SQL injection attack? A successful SQL injection attack can result in authorized access to sensitive data such as password, credit and details or personal user information. Many high profile data breaches in recent years have been the result of SQL injection attacks, leading to reputational damage and regularly fines. In some cases, an attacker can obtain. So, let's go to a website altromutual.com and try to go their admin login page. In some cases, an attacker can obtain a precedent backdoor into an organization's systems, leading to a long-term compromise that can go unnoticed for an extended period. So let's check. Give a wrong password first. There are a wide variety of SQL injection vulnerabilities, attacks, and techniques which arise in different situations. Some common SQL injection examples is retrieving hidden data and subverting application logic. And union attacks, examining the database, blind SQL injection. So let's try. Retrieving hidden data. Now we try retrieving hidden data, where you can modify an SQL query to return additional results. So let's write the username or 1 equal 1 minus minus. And give the same password here and try to log in. Okay, the admin interface is here. Look at this. Hello admin user, welcome to Alberto Mutual Online. View account details. If now I click go, then we can open admin panel in Ultra Mutual. So subverting application logic, you can change the query to interface with the application's logic. And union attacks, where you can retrieve data from different database tables, examining the database, where you can extract information about the version and the structure of the database. And blind SQL injection, where the results of a query you control are not returned in the application's response. The SQL query asks the database to return all details. SQL injection attacks are a type of flaw in the code of websites and web apps that allows cyber attackers to hijack backend process and access, extract, and delete confidential information from your databases. Use robust testing tools like dynamic analysis that look at the app from the outside in, and static analysis (SAST) that searches for vulnerabilities at the code level. Look for areas where your app connects to a database and try to pass unusual values as a test. 27.8% of applications have SQL injection vulnerabilities on initial scan. So this is enough information for SQL injection. Hello everyone. So today's topic is buffer overflow. So what is buffer overflow? Buffers are memory stores, regions that temporarily hold data while it is being transferred from one location to another. A buffer overflow occurs when the volume of data exceeds the store's capacity of the memory buffer. As a result, the program attempting to write the data to the buffer overwrites adjacent memory locations. For example, a buffer for long in credentials may be designed to expect username and password inputs of 8 bytes. So if a transaction involves an input of 10 bytes, the program may write the excess data past the buffer boundary. Buffer overflows can affect all types of software. They typically result from malformed inputs or failure to allocate enough space for the buffer. If What is a buffer overflow attack? Attackers exploit buffer overflow issues by overwriting the memory of an application. This changes the execution path of the program, triggering a response that damages files or exposes private information. For example, an attacker may introduce extra code, sending new instructions to the application to gain access to IT systems. If attackers know the memory layout of a program, they can intentionally feed input that the buffer cannot store and overwrite areas that hold executable code, replacing it with their own code. For example, an attacker can overwrite a pointer, an object that points to another area in memory, and point it to an exploit payload to gain control over the program. Exploiting buffer overflows. Suppose web server calls function with given URL. Attacker can create a 200 byte URL to obtain shell on the web server. Some complications and sample buffer overflows of this type, like overflow in MIME type field in MS Outlook, overflow in SPAT in IIS, and applications may be programmed P should not contain the O character, overflow should not crash program, something like this. And types of buffer overflow attacks. Stack-based buffer overflows are more common and leverage stack memory that only exists during the execution time of a function, and heap-based attacks are harder to carry out and involve flooding the memory space allocated for a program beyond memory used for current runtime operations. This is actually two types of overflow. Buffer overflow attack examples. A common buffer overflow example is when an attacker injects their malicious code into corrupted memory, or they may simply take advantage of the buffer overflow and the agent's memory corruption. For example, a simple buffer overflow can be caused when code that relies on external data receives a gates function to read data in stack buffer. The system cannot limit the data that is read by the function, which makes code safety reliant on users entering fewer than buffer size character. So other buffer flow attacks rely on user input to control behavior. So have a look. Here is a char character and get functions inside buffer. 0 maximum and 1 minimum. Buffer overflow overview. Have a look in this code. How password buffering, how attacker buffer password. How to detect buffer overflow? The main reason buffer overflow occurs is because software developers fail to perform bounds checking. Programmers need to pay special attention to sections of codes where buffers are used, especially functions dealing with user supplied input. Consider the following lines of codes: variable username, print integer username, get string username. The above program displays prints integer username on screen, accepts username input set to a length of 8 bytes of characters from users, and then stores it in the username variable. It is clear from the above code that no bounds checking is performed. The programmer declared variable to be 8 bytes long but does not perform bounds checking on the getString function, making it susceptible to buffer overflow attack. The programmer assumes the user would type a proper name such as Jones, but what happens if the user enters something like Jones XXX? The program will likely crash rather. So this is how buffer flow happen. Notable examples of buffer overflow attacks. The fact that buffer overflow continue to rank as one of the most common security vulnerabilities in software despite being known to security community for many years is somewhat surprising. Some notable examples include Morris Orm. The Morris Orm of 1988 was one of the first internet distributed computer ROMs and the first to gain significant mainstream media attention. It expected a buffer overflow vulnerability in the Unix chainmail, finger, and RSS regex, infecting 10% of internet within 2 days. And another one is SQL Slammer. SQL Slammer is a 2003 computer ROM that exploited a buffer overflow bug in Microsoft's SQL Server and desktop engine database products. It is a small piece of code that does little other than generate random IP addresses and send itself. So buffer overflow generation: first generation operating stack memory and second generation heaps, function pointers, and by one exploits, and third generation format string attacks, vulnerability in chip structure and management and input validation. So buffer overflow, old days, most common cause of internet attacks, over 50% of published by Computer Security, Morrison 1988 and Coded 2001 and SQL Slammer 2003. So this is how it works. So buffer overflow attacks, to exploit a buffer overflow, an attacker needs to identify a buffer overflow vulnerability in some program that can be triggered using externally sourced data under the attacker's control, to understand how that buffer is stored in a memory and determine potential for corruption, and identifying vulnerable programs can be done by inspection of program source, tracing the execution of programs as they process oversized input, using tools such as fudging to automatically identify potentially vulnerable programs. So that's it for today. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, I'll talk about denial of service attack, which is familiar as a DOS attack. So this is science of a DOS attack: degradation in network performance, specific website unavailable, inability to access any website, high volume of email spam. So what is a denial of service attack? DOS. A denial of service DOS attack is an attack meant to shut down a machine or network, making it inaccessible to its intended users. DOS attacks accomplish this by flooding the target with traffic or sending it information that triggers a crash. In both instances, the DOS attack deprives legitimate users of the service or resource they expected. Victims of DOS attacks often target web servers of high profile organizations such as banking, commerce, and media companies, or government and trade organizations. Though the DOS attacks do not typically result in the theft or loss of significant information or other assets, they can cost the victim a great deal of time and money to handle. There are two general methods of DOS attacks: flooding services or crashing services. Flood attacks occur when the system receives too much traffic for the server to buffer, causing them to slow down and eventually stop. Popular flood attacks include: first, buffer overflow attacks. The most common DOS attack, the concept is to send more traffic to a network address than the programmers have built the system to handle. It includes the attacks listed below, in addition to others that are designed to exploit bugs specific to certain applications or networks. Then ICMP flood leverages misconfigured network devices by sending spoofed packets that ping every computer on the targeted network instead of just one specific machine. The network is then triggered to amplify the traffic. This attack is also known as the SMRP attack or ping update. And last one, SYN flood sends a request to connect a server but never completes the handshake. Continues until all open ports are saturated with requests and none are available for legitimate users to connect. Other DOS attacks simply exploit vulnerabilities that cause the target system or service to crash. In these attacks, input is sent that take advantage of bugs in the target that subsequently crash or severely destabilize the system so that it can be accessed or used. An additional type of DOS attack is distributed denial of service DDoS attack. A DDoS attack occurs when multiple systems orchestrate a synchronized DOS attack to a single target. The essential difference is that instead of being attacked from one location, the target is attacked from many locations at once. The distribution of hosts that defines a DDoS provide the attacker multiple advantages. He can leverage the greater volume of machine to execute a seriously disruptive attack. The location of the attack is difficult to detect due to random distribution of attacking systems, often worldwide. It is more difficult to shut down multiple machines than one. The true attacking party is very difficult to identify as they are disguised being behind many systems, mostly compromised systems. Denial of service attacks. What is a denial of service attack? I discuss about it. How does a denial of service attack work? And in this report or tutorial, you guys can learn these things like types of denial of service attack, impact of denial of service attacks, how to prevent denial of service attacks. So look, attacker, web server and users, connection between them. Okay, let's see some example about how attackers attacked by DOS. The first documented DOS style attack occurred during the week of February 7, 2000, when Mafia Boy, a 15-year-old Canadian hacker, orchestrated a series of DOS attacks against several e-commerce sites, including Amazon and eBay. These attacks used computers at multiple locations to overwhelm the vendors' computers and shut down their worldwide web, which is www sites to legitimate commercial traffic. The attacks crippled internet commerce. The US Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) estimated that the affected site suffered 1.7 billion in damages. In its early years, the internet had played a role only in the lives of researchers and academics. but by 2000 it had become essential to the workings of many governments and economics. Cybercrime had moved from being an issue of individual wrongdoing to being a matter of national security. Distributed DDoS attacks are a special kind of hacking. A criminal sorts an array of computers with computer programs that can be triggered by an external computer user. These programs are known as Trojan horses since they enter the unknown user's computers are something begin such as a photo or document attached to an email at a predesignated time. This Trojan horse program begins to send messages to a predetermined site. If enough computers have been compromised, it is likely that the selected site can be tied up so effectively that little, if any, legitimate traffic can reach it. One important insight offered by these events has been that much software is insecure, making it easy for even an unskilled hacker to compromise a vast number of machines. Although software companies regularly offer patches to fix software vulnerabilities, not all users implement the updates, and their computers remain vulnerable to criminals wanting to launch DOS attacks. So this is for it. Hope you guys liked it, and thank you for watching. Hello there. Let's talk about XML. Look at this picture. Web service client, attribute number of web service. So what is XML? XML stands for Extensible Markup Languages. XML is a language designed for storing and transporting data like HTML. XML uses a tree-like structure of tags and data. Unlike HTML, XML does not use predefined tags, and so tags can be given names that describe the data. What are XML entities? XML entities are a way of representing an item of data within a XML document instead of using the data itself. Various entities are built into specification of the XML language. For example, the entities. What are XML elements? Element type declarations set the rules for the type of number and elements that may appear in XML document. What elements may appear inside each other and what order they must appear. For example, what is document type definition? The XML document type definition DTD contains declarations that can define the structure of an XML document, the types of data values it can contain, and other items. The DTD is declared within the optional doc type element as the start of the XML document, and it can be fully self-contained within the document. What are XML custom entities? XML allows custom entities to be defined within the DTD. For example, doc type entity, my entity value. What are XML external entities? XML external entities are type of custom entity whose definition is located outside of the DTD where they are declared. The declaration of an external entity uses the system keyword and must specify URL from which the value of the entity should be located. For example, the URL can use file protocol, and so external entities can be loaded from file. For example, doc type entity ext system file path file XML parameter entities. What is parameter entities? Sometimes XXE attacks using regular entities are blocked due to some input validation by the application or some hardening of the XML parser that is being used. In this situation, you might be able to use XML parameter entities instead. XML parameter entities are a special kind of XML entity which can only be referenced elsewhere within the DTD. For present purpose, you only need to know two things. First, the declaration of an XML parameter entity includes the % character before the entity name, and second, parameter entities are referenced using the % character, and that means that you can test for blind access E using out of band detection by XML. This X have a look in this entity. In this attack, I'm going to test if a simple new entity declaration is working or not. You guys can copy this code. Let's talk about XXE. What is an XXE injection? Web mobile application, word processors, web services, and content management platforms use the extensible markup language XML format to store and transport data between the systems that are in both human readable and machine readable formats. An XML external entity injection is a serious flaw that allows an attacker to read local files on the server. If the input from the XML data is not properly validated, it could leave you vulnerable to many attack possibilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, server-side request forgery, local file read, denial of service, and many other injection attack. XXE injection attacks occur when an XML input containing references to an external entity is processed by weakly configured. XML attack scenarios: local hijack from server, access server files through the upload functionality, and DOS attack with recursive entity expansion. In this scenario, local file hijack from server, when the attacker sends the malformed XML payload in the request, the server processes this payload and sends back a response with sensitive information. And this scenario 2, access server files through a file upload feature. Many applications support a file upload functionality. Usually these files have been XML MIME type, and attacker could take advantage of the inherent XML type and upload malicious files embedded with XXE payloads. When the server processes the file containing XXE payload. Scenario 3, DOS attack, denial of service attack with recursive entity expansion. This attack is also called as the billion laugh attack, the XML bomb or a recursive entity expansion. Let's talk about subdomain takeovers. So subdomain takeovers occurs when an attacker gains control over a subdomain of a target domain. Typically, this happens when the subdomain has a canonical name, CNAME in the domain name system DNS, but no host is providing content for it. This can happen because either a virtual host hasn't been published yet or a virtual host has been removed. An attacker can take over that subdomain by providing their own virtual host and then hosting their own content for it. If an attacker can do this, they can potentially read cookies set from the main domain, perform cross-site scripting, or circumvent content security policies. A subdomain is like an electrical outlet. If you remove your appliance from the outlet or haven't plugged. Introduction to subdomain takeovers. If you have never performed a subdomain takeover before or would like a fresh introduction, I have devised an example scenario to help explain the basics. For this scenario, let us assume that example.com, the target, and the team running example.com have a bug bounty program. While enumerating all of the subdomains belonging to example.com, a process that we will explore later, a hacker stumbles across subdomain.example.com as subdomain pointing to GitHub pages. We can determine this by reviewing the subdomain's DNS records. In the example, subdomain.example.com has multiple records pointing to GitHub dedicated IP. How to find subdomain takeover. Subdomain enumeration. Use the following tools to enumerate subdomains: AskFinder, SubFinder, FindFinder, and checking for takeover, subjack, subover. You can also verify if the subdomain is vulnerable or not by going through common error pages. Hijacking the subdomain. Use the following GitHub repository to hijacking the subdomains. Second order subdomain takeovers, what I like to refer to as the broken link hijacking, are vulnerable subdomains which do not necessarily belong to the target but are used to serve content on the target's website. This means that is a resource is being imported on the target page. For example, a blob of JavaScript, and the hacker can claim the subdomain from which the resource is being imported. Hijacking a host that is used somewhere on the page can ultimately lead to store cross-site scripting, since the adversary can load arbitrary client-side code on the target page. The reason why I wanted to list this issue in this guide. Have a look. This is subdomain example, and this website, a website named Buap, a buggy web application. You can find all the things here. Just download it. Okay, that's it for today. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So let's talk about CSRF, cross-site request forgery attack. So what is CSRF? Cross-site request forgery, also known as CSRF, is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to include users to perform actions that they do not intend to perform. It allows an attacker to partly circumvent the same origin policy, which is designed to prevent different websites from interfering with each other. What is the impact of a CSRF attack? In successful CSRF attack, the attacker causes the victim user to carry out an action unintentionally. For example, this might be to change the email address on their account, to change their password, or to make funds transfer depending on the nature of the action. And the attacker might be able to gain full control over the user's account. How does CSRF work? For a CSRF attack to be possible, their key conditions must be in place: a relevant action, cookie-based session handling, and no unpredictable request parameters. This is the request that perform the action do not contain any parameters whose values the attackers cannot determine or guess. For example, when causing a user to change their password, the function is not vulnerable if an attacker needs to know the value of the existing password. And CSRF, some example: before executing an assault, a perpetrator typically studies an application in order to make a first request appear as legitimate as possible. For example, a typical GET request for a $100 bank transfer might look like get https netbank.com transfer, just like this. So some tools for CSRF testing: CSRF tester, OWASP, ZAP, Pineta CSRF tool. How to prevent CSRF attacks? Disable HTTP methods. Make sure the antivirus in your computer is up to date. Do not save passwords and login credentials in the browser. IT security experts suggest multiple CSRF prevention techniques. Have a look. How attacker get data, get user media, transmit screenshot with the secret validation tokens, get request a page with secret validation tokens, inject a form with a post request and a secret validation tokens, and post or send forge request to transfer money. So a website visitor visit website, and perpetrator forges a request for a fund transfer to website. Website validates a request and transfers funds from the visitor's account. Attacker forges a request for a fund transfer to website, then attacker embeds the request into a hyperlink and sends it to the visitors, and a visitor click the link and website validates request and transfers funds from the visitor's account to the attacker. So now let's talk about CRLF, carriage return and line feed, HTTP response splitting. CRLF injection attack. CRLF refers to the special character elements carriage return and line feed. These elements are embedded in HTTP headers and other software code to signify an end of line EOL marker. Many internet protocols, including MIME, email, NNTP, news groups, and more importantly HTTP, use CRLF sequences to split text streams into discrete elements. Web application developers split HTTP and other headers based on where CRLF is located. Exploits occur when an attacker is able to inject a CRLF sequence into an HTTP stream. By introducing this unexpected CRLF injection, the attacker is able to maliciously exploit CRLF vulnerabilities in order to manipulate the web applications. Key concepts of CRLF injection. CRLF injection is a software application coding vulnerability that occurs when an attacker injects a CRLF character. Attackers provide specially crafted text streams with CRLF injections in order to trick the web application to perform unexpected, potentially harmful actions ranging from medium to high severity. CRLF injection exploits security vulnerability at the application layer. By exploiting the CRLF injection flaw in an HTTP response, for example, attackers can modify application data, compromising integrity and enabling the exploitation of the following vulnerabilities: XSS or cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, proxy and web server cache poisoning, website defacement, hijacking the client session, and client web browser poisoning. So now let's talk about shell shock. Look at this picture. So shell shock, the new buzzword in the computer vulnerability domain, the critical vulnerability that is remotely exploitable, dubbed as the bash bug, is threatening billions of machines all over the world. It was discovered by the security researcher Stephen Caslas at Akamai firm. The critical bash bug vulnerability, also known as shell shock. So what is it? Shell shock is a computer bug that exploits the vulnerability in the Unix command execution shell base to facilitate hackers to take control of the computer system remotely and execute arbitrary code which affects Unix based operating system including Linux and Mac operating system. So what is the threat extent and who is affected? The risk that a shell shock bug process are quite threatening. The National Institute of Standards and Technology has rated the shell shock vulnerability quite hazardous in terms of severity. The major vulnerability occurs when specific characters are included as part of a variable definition. Like if the characters are included as the function definition, any random code that is inserted at the end of that definition is processed. In simple words, if any special characters are added on a few shell commands at the end of that definition, bash will conclude executing those commands. Due to its widespread nature and severity, it is often compared with hard-boiled. So SSRF, server side request forgery. A server-side request attack involves an attacker abusing server functionality to access or modify resources. The attacker targets an application that supports data imports from URLs or allows them to read data from URLs. URLs can be manipulated either by replacing them with new ones by tampering with URL path traversal. Typically, attackers supply a URL or modify an existing one, and the code running on the server reads or submits data to it. Attackers can leverage URLs to gain access to internal data and services that were not meant to be exposed, including HTTP-enabled databases and server configuration data. So, introduction to server-side request. Web application can trigger requests between HTTP servers. They are typically used to fetch remote resources such as software updates or to important metadata from a URL or another web application. Such inter-server requests are not dangerous in general, but unless implemented correctly, they can make a server vulnerable to server-side requests. External resources associated by a web application may include internal services, for example, an RSS feed from another website. A developer might use the following URL to retrieve a remote feed. So that's it for today. Hope you guys liked it and thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Today I'll talk about DNS misconfiguration. So what is DNS? Domain name system. How does DNS work? User get send request, then it send to web server and DNS server, and then user get. So what is DNS misconfiguration? Misconfigured DNS servers could be leaking information about domains, internal network structure, providing information useful for other directed attacks. According to US CERT, because a zone transfer is single query, it could be used by an adversary to efficiently obtain DNS data. DNS is a global scale hierarchical service whose primary role is to resolve domain names on the internet in order to facilitate easier mapping to device IP addresses across to the network. Due to the need for device high-availability, DNS system is managed in a fully distributed and redundant manner by configuring one or more so-called secondary servers which contain copies of the domain definitions zone files from the primary server. Both primary and secondary name servers are authoritative and completely equivalent for the resolution of DNS for the same domain. Though defined back in 1983, there are still certain problems in the correct application of servers, since the changes in computer networks are very dynamic. DNS configurations need a constant maintenance and frequent update. New names and IP addresses are added or removed, servers are added or changed, new subdomains are opened. Just like this, for the reason DNS service is configured, a distributed system which requires coordinated work of many administrators who are often physically separate and belong to different institutions or organizational domains. So what are common DNS issues? The following are some common DNS problems that could be causing the blockage. Check the TCP IP settings. The settings define how your computer communicates with others. Flash your DNS cache. The DNS cache is where your computer stores networking information on recent visits and attempts to connect to web domains. What is DNS zone? Microsoft DNS zone is used to host the DNS records for a particular domain. To start hosting your domain in Azure DNS, you need to create a DNS zone for the domain name. Each DNS record for your domain is then created inside the DNS zone. Only one set of addresses can be configured with the domain name register. What causes high DNS latency? possible causes of such high latency include DNS name servers may not be in close geographic proximity to a large percentage of users, and routing table errors could be misdirecting requests to name servers that are physically far away from the user. What is Akamai Fast DNS? Fast DNS is cloud-based DNS solution that provides 24/7 DNS availability. And what is DNS lookup tool? DNS lookup is an online tool that will find the IP address and perform a deep DNS lookup of any URL, providing in-depth details on common record types like A, MX, NS, SOA, and TXT. Improves DNS responsiveness and has the DNS search attack, DNS destination of attack, DNS misconfiguration and vulnerabilities. Look this potential vectors of amplification in DNS as search attack and DNS attacks: cache poisoning, domain hijacking, random subdomain attack, and misconfiguration and vulnerabilities: unreachability, NSE, enumeration, open resolvers due to the connections architectures of DNS protocol and its amplification factor. Is it really effective? The PART project monitors reflection attacks through different honeypots, detecting DNS amplification attacks. And impact of an DNS as destination attacks. One of the biggest DDoS attacks on the DNS infrastructure was performed in 2016 against DYN DNS. And DNS misconfiguration vulnerabilities: single point of failure, SP of single and duplicated NS records, infrastructural signal point of failure, jangling pointer, DRE records, cloud IP addresses, and DNS expired domain hijacking. Let's talk about IDOR, insecure direct object references. What are insecure direct object references, IDR? Insecure direct object references are a type of access control vulnerability that arises when an application uses user supplied into input to access objects directly. The term IDR was popularized by its appearance in the OWASP 2007 Top 10. However, it is just one example of many access control IDR examples. There are many examples of access control vulnerability where user-controlled parameter values are used to access resources or functions directly. IDR vulnerability with direct reference to database of objects. Consider a website that uses the following URL to access the customer account page by retrieving information from the backend database. Here the customer number is used directly as a record index in queries that are performed on the backend database. If no other controls are in place, an attacker can simply modify the customer number value by passing access controls to view the records of other customers. IDR vulnerability with direct reference to static files. IDR vulnerabilities often arise when sensitive resources are located in static files on the server-side file system. For example, a website might save chat message transcript to disk using an incrementing file name and allow users to retrieve these by visiting a URL like insecurewebsite.com/static12144.txt. In this situation, an attacker can simply modify the file name to retrieve a transcript. So what is insecure direct object reference ID? Or so that's it for today. Hope you guys liked it, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, let's talk about RFI, remote file inclusion. Remote file inclusion, what is it and how it works and how to prevent it? Let's discuss about it. Remote file inclusion RFI is a type of code injection attack. To carry out remote file inclusion, a hacker inserts a link into a website's URL that instructs the website to include a malicious file. The word remote stems from the fact that the website is searching the file from somewhere else. Local file inclusion (LFI) is a similar type of cyber attack, with the key difference being that the hacker accesses files that already exist on the website server. Although together they account for 21% of all known web application attacks, both RFI and LFI are seen as more elementary compared to high-profile cyber attacks and are therefore often overlooked and are underestimated. How does remote file inclusion work? RFI attacks enable hackers to steal data and execute malicious code through the manipulation of web server site. In order for a bad actor to execute remote file inclusion, they must first identify a website with vulnerable components, search engine or a scanner. Once the website is identified, the attacker uploads a malicious file that gives them access to the website's resources. There are three ways an attacker can then exploit the site: use malware to delete or deface pages, hijack the server, which can compromise several sites, steal passwords and information. It is important to note that the vulnerability which enables the remote file inclusion is typically found on webs running on PHP, a scripting language used in web development. More than 70% of websites run on PHP, including Facebook, WordPress, OpenCart, Yahoo, and Wikipedia, ranging from social platforms to e-commerce sites and more. Look, this attacker exploits the remote file inclusion vulnerability to upload a backdoor shell, how server hijack, data compromised, site compromised. Attacker uses a search engine to identify a website with vulnerable compression. Attacker uses a scanner to identify a website with vulnerable components. Remote file inclusion example: while RFI is often seen as less sophisticated by the security community. It can have serious repercussions. A particularly well-known remote file inclusion example was carried out in May of 2011 by a group of hackers who called themselves LulzSec. The group noticed a weakness in Fox.com and infiltrated the site using RFI bots, leaking the profiles and names of uh, X Factor US contestants. Soon after, the hackers expanded their attack to other targets. They planned a fake news story at PBS and stole data from 24.6 million of Sony's PlayStation Network customers. Remote file inclusion prevention. Fortunately, there are measures that web developers can take to implement remote file inclusion prevention beyond meticulously writing code to minimize vulnerabilities. The following are some additional steps to take towards remote file inclusion prevention. Remote code execution RCE. Remote code execution is a cyber attack whereby an attacker can remotely execute commands on someone else's computing device. Remote code execution RCES usually occur due to malicious malware downloaded by the host and can happen regardless of the device's geographic location. Remote code execution RCE is also referred to as remote code evaluation. A remote control execution is a broad category of cyber attack technique. It allows a threat actor to execute this remote code on a target machine across the internet, wide area network WAN, or local area network LAN. For example, a threat actor in Ukraine could silently place malicious code on a targeted device in the United States. Execution of an RCE attack sequence is pretty basic. First, the threat actor scans computers across the internet seeking known vulnerabilities that may support a successful attack. Once a targeted vulnerability is identified, the threat actor then performs the exploit to gain access. Now that they are they can execute the malicious code to reach their goals, including exfiltrating data, diverting funds, performing detailed surveillance, and disrupting service. So, the attack remote code execution is always performed by an automated tool. Attempting to manually remotely execute code would be at the very best near impossible. These attackers are typically written into an automated script. Remote arbitrary code execution is most often aimed at giving a remote user administrative access on a vulnerable system. The attack is usually prefaced by an information gathering attack in which the attacker uses some means such as automated scanning tool to identify the vulnerable version of software. Once identified, the attacker executes the script against the program with hopes of gaining local administrative access on the host. Once the attacker has gained local administrative access on the system that the attacker initiates the progress discussed the misinformation section, the attacker will do best to hide this presence inside the system. Remote code execution. One well-known vulnerability in web applications is one that is known as the remote code execution. In this type of vulnerability, an attacker is able to run code of their choosing with system level privileges on a server that processes The appropriate weakness once sufficiently compromised, the attacker may indeed be able to access any and all information on a server, such as a database containing information that unsuspecting clients provided. What makes this particularly dangerous is not only the real threat of information theft and other risks. Let's check this website, checkpoint, and what is RC and what is remote code execution, how it work, and many other example. You guys just search it on Google and get a wonderful result about RCE. So that's it for today. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello there. So, what is a leakage of information? A leakage of information is an event that occurs when confidential information is exposed to unauthorized parties as a result of a security breach or a cyber attack. Confidential information leaks are terrifying for businesses. They have caused clients to purse elsewhere, employees to lose their jobs, and reputations to be destroyed. In some cases, businesses are even forced to shut down. If a breach of confidential information happens ever to you, here are the steps we recommended you to take to make the experience. Report the leak. Whether it's a leakage of company information or client information, your instinct might to be try to reverse the damage and pretend it never happened. Let's be honest, though the word leak doesn't exist for a reason. What's leaked is leaked. Instead, you should be transparent and inform all relevant parties of the leak as soon as possible. After an investigation, hiding it won't do anyone any good because it can prolong the mitigation process and lead to an even bigger tragedy. After Equifax's security breach in 2017, they waited almost a month and a half before making the news public, and it resulted in many infected customers who could have been taken. Identify the cause of the information leak. It's difficult to prevent a leak from happening again if you don't know how it occurred in the first place. It's important to try to find security vulnerabilities that make your information less secure. A good place to start is to get more high level employees involved to cut the time required. Think of it as a security breach search party. Here are a few common security threats that lead to leaked confidential information: phishing scams, insecure file sharing tools, outdated technology. So, some data observation timeline and avoiding target leakage, office visit data, diagnose test data, target observed, heart disease diagnosed, model training, lab data, office visit data known at moment of the op and prior to follow up office visit. So let's talk about vulnerability. A vulnerability Look at this picture like this, a vulnerability life cycle. Vulnerability management life cycle: risk, security reporting, monitoring, discovery, protection, monitoring, risk and compliance, security and reporting. Global delivery infrastructures, security asset management and compliance is binding together. So, vulnerability reporting. How to report a vulnerability with a UK government online service? Do you believe you have found a vulnerability with a UK government online service? Please try to contact the owner first. Report the vulnerability. Report on NCSC website's vulnerability. Vulnerability reporting guidelines. Please do not share the vulnerability information beyond the owner and us without express consent from the owner. Vulnerabilities reported to the HackerOne platform can be submitted without the need to create a HackerOne account. To submit your report, you will need to agree to the HackerOne terms and conditions and acknowledge that you have read their privacy policy and disclosure guidelines. Once you have submitted the report, it will be accepted by NCC group within 5 working days and forwarded to the affected owners as soon as possible. The NCSC will attempt to make contact with the affected owner. However, the affected owner holds responsibility for resolving the issue. Reporting suspected vulnerabilities. Amazon Web Service AWS. If you would like to report a vulnerability or have a security concern regarding AWS cloud services or open source projects, please submit the information in Amazon Web Service AWS. Just search it on Google or go to their website. AWS customer support policy for penetration testing. AWS customers are welcome to carry out security assessments for penetration tests against their AWS infrastructure, whether prior approval or listed services. And AWS abuse. If you suspect that AWS resources are being used for suspicious activity, you can report it to the AWS abuse team using the report Amazon AWS abuse from. AWS compliance information. Access to AWS compliance reports are available. If you have additional AWS compliance related questions, please contact them in intake form. Amazon.com retail. If you have a security concern with Amazon.com seller central or other related so that so this is how you can reporting vulnerabilities. So that's it for today and thanks for watching.